Integrity doesn't. For more than a century, the Better Business Bureau has set the standards for how businesses should operate honestly and ethically. So when you're looking for a business you can trust, check to see who's BBB accredited and who isn't. Always choose the better business. Look for the BBB seal because it's looking out for you. That's why it's the sign of a better business. And find a better business anytime at bbb.org.
This is Larry Jones, and I'd like to talk to you about my bank, American Eagle Bank in South Elgin. Has your bank changed names in the last 10 years? Is your bank another faceless branch with headquarters in another city? Are you tired of earning next to nothing on your savings account or certificates of deposit, or does your personal banker treat you like a stranger? If you answered yes to any of those questions, then you're ready for a new banking experience, and American Eagle is the place for you. American Eagle is a locally owned independent bank that's rooted in the community, and American
El Diablo Cantina, located by Spring Hill Mall at 113 Southwestern in Carpentersville, is your fun, hip, and festive family Mexican cantina, serving authentic recipes from all over Mexico that are made fresh daily. There's delicious cocktails using fresh fruits or your choice of 30 craft beers, which go great with the menu. There's indoor and outdoor dining, open from 4 till 11 and until 4 a.m. on weekends, featuring Latin line dancing. Visit eldiablocantina.com today.
Tune in to Around the House every Saturday night from 5 to 7 p.m. on WRMN. Join Eric and his expert guests for a fun and informative journey into the home improvement and healthy living lifestyle. Whether you're tackling a DIY project or thinking about your home's wellness, we've got you covered. Say goodbye to stress and hello to solutions that save you time and money. Around the House every Saturday night from 5 to 7 p.m.
Your hometown radio station since 1949. We are WRMN AM 1410, Elgin time, 8 o'clock.
Welcome into AM 1410 WRMN. You are listening to On the Rise with your hosts, Derrick Geyer and Mike Napolitano. How the hell are you doing, Mike?
Pretty good. Another Saturday and another really packed slate full of sports here for us today. We have a lot of hockey that we have to get to, and then also recapping some of what was going on last night. Big fight night.
If you could call it that. I mean, yes, the lead up was supposed to be a big fight night, but the fight night that in question that we are talking about is the Jake Paul, Mike Tyson. But I don't know, that kind of fell over like a lead balloon.
It was definitely something. I did not expect Mike Tyson to be that old. Well, I mean, he's old.
He is 58.
Yeah, but I mean,
let's call a spade a spade.
Old looking out there. I mean, if he was thinking about stepping back into the ring, I thought he would be at least able to go further than 2 rounds. He won those first 2 rounds, and even in that second round didn't look great. But you know, the legs, man. He lost the legs right away, and
yes,
it was just an interesting battle after that because Jake Paul didn't have enough oomph to land anything drastic or
I mean, yeah, Jake Paul did win the fight. I mean, but they went to a decision.
Yeah, if I'm scoring that fight too, I'm giving it to Jake. But is that really a win? Like all of America, the entire world, everybody that watched that, they're like, Jake Paul's a win over Mike Tyson. Like, okay, not to make
27-year-old whooping a 58-year-old, arse. And
Mike Tyson was the champ 10 years before Jake was even born.
Which was funny because I mean, Mike Tyson's first professional fight was 4 years before Jake Paul was born. So I mean that should say something in and of itself. And I mean, even at the end of the fight when they're doing the post-fight interviews, and Mike Tyson is asked if he would consider getting back into the ring and fighting again, Mike Tyson's like, yeah. Or, and then he calls out his brother, Logan Paul. And then Logan Paul's like, Mike, I'll effing kill you.
Yeah.
And it's like, and I can appreciate the fact that Logan Paul is a WWE, superstar, quote unquote.
Yeah. Well, he started out in the boxing ring with all these other YouTubers.
I get it. I understand that. And I thought that his bravado was basically just for the WWE, but apparently he's just an ass.
I mean,
because I mean, there's no way around it. I want to, at one point in time, I wanted to like him. There's just no getting over the fact that he's just a complete and total ass.
I'm not a fan of either of the two, really. I think it's all smoke and mirrors when it comes to a lot of what they do, and they hype themselves up, and they're just annoying. But
I mean, the thing that really got to me yesterday was Mike landed a solid, I think it was a right hook, to Paul's jaw or whatever, and then all of a sudden, Paul backs up, and then he starts wagging his tongue.
Oh, yeah.
Just it
was that. It wasn't him rolling out in some flamed hot rod green car. And
no, but
what is
that's
this?
kind of to be expected. I mean, he is a showman.
I get that. And boxers do that kind of stuff. Yeah. However, most boxers have a walk-in, like an actual walk-in, not somebody drives you in and you had some bird thing on the back. Because Jake Paul's nickname is El Gallo, which whatever. He translated it to the rooster.
Yeah.
Gallo's chicken.
He
literally named himself the chicken.
Definitely a rooster. If you feel what I'm putting down there.
Yeah, definitely. This was not the fight that I think everybody expected. No. Like, there was all this hype around it, and then this fell very flat, mostly because of Mike Tyson's age and the fact that Jake Paul, to make another excuse on top of all the excuses we had going in, he's never faced a real boxer. He's only fought these wash-ups. He's only fought a guy that's an MMA fighter who, is limited when he steps into the boxing ring. Yeah. Now, okay, he fought Mike Tyson, but he fought a 58-year-old Mike Tyson.
Yeah.
I still don't chalk it up to Jake Paul has a like legitimate win in a boxing ring against a boxer. Fight somebody your age at the top of their game right now, and you would get demolished, especially with that form. He had his arms down for the majority of those rounds.
Right. And the one fight that he did lose, he lost to an actual boxer.
Yes.
And granted, I don't remember who it was because it was that forgettable, but I mean, he did lose to a legitimate boxer. And going back to the point of Mike Tyson looking his age, I mean, geez, after the first or second round, when he was slogging, trudging, being a sloth-like, individual, going back to his corner, where it just like his legs were gone, he looked every bit of a 58-year-old in the ring, whether it be like the former baddest man on the planet. Hey, he could kick my ass.
I mean,
he's going to kick my ass. I mean, he's going ahead and he's kicking the shiatsu out of guys on planes and everything because they're giving him, flack or whatever. And he's like, no, don't, I don't want to do it.
I would never give Mike Tyson any grief. Why would you be
to become internet famous? Oh, like Jake Paul.
Oh, yeah, good point.
Like Jake Paul.
The real fight in this card was the fight right before this, the Amanda Serrano versus Katie Taylor
yes.
fight. And
that was the fight.
That should have went internet famous because that was incredible. I was surprised and appalled at the fact that Katie Taylor won this fight and got to keep her belts because Amanda Serrano. Not just that. I should say the reason I am so appalled is the fact that it was a unanimous decision by the judges.
Okay, that was
insane.
That was bullshiatsu.
That was insane. This should have gone at least. Some of the judges should have scored this for Amanda Serrano. Serrano
should have won.
Katie Taylor was docked a point for all the headbutting.
Yep.
And the only reason Amanda Serrano had a cut right above her right eye was because
she led with her forehead.
Yeah. Now, there was a cut right above the right eye on Katie Taylor. That was from Amanda Serrano's fist. That was an actual punch.
That was a punch that landed.
Opened up her eyelid like that. Like that. This should have gone the other way, but they let the champ
and the fact
keep her belts.
Serrano
stayed in that. She was bleeding for much longer.
Yes,
that was a much.
Well, not only that, but I mean the fact that she jumped like 3 weight classes.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. There's that too.
So I mean that's a big thing. And talking with Kendall Gill. Outside of here, the parlay, check out Mike's shirt. They had a viewing party last night, so we'll eventually get him on and Tilo Lopez as well. But to talk about that, but I mean, in order to go up 3 weight classes, that there is a lot that apparently goes into it. Even though it's like 5 or 10 pounds.
That's hard to do.
It's very hard to do.
Not only do you have to get to that weight, which is tough to begin with, because you want to build it the right way. You want to build it by muscle, and you don't want to just eat the wrong stuff.
The cardio
but then
and all that.
You have to learn how to fight at that weight level, at that weight class. So
and Taylor, she's at that weight. She's been doing it. She's a champion at that weight. Serrano, well, she had to go up in weight. Not only up in weight, up in 2 or 3 weight classes.
Despite Serrano's open wound and it getting wider as the fight was going, because
that was
kept getting opened up by more headbutts and more punches and such. Amanda Serrano, that made her uncomfortable. But everything else about that fight, despite it not being her weight class, she looked comfortable, more comfortable than Katie Taylor in some ways. So,
she looked like she absolutely belonged, and which is why she's probably one of the best women's fighters going these days.
They had the post-fight interviews, and
that was a treat too.
It seemed like they kept the microphone on Amanda Serrano a lot longer, like waiting for her to say something about all this, because I think anybody that watched that fight could have seen that. I don't know what those judges were scoring. Like I said, Katie Taylor was docked a point for headbutting. Should have been about 3 or 4 points. I mean,
well, that and the referee,
right?
Because
he was nowhere near. He was the Bears' offensive line. He was nowhere near where he needed to be.
We'll get to that.
He was 9 yards away the entire time and took forever to break stuff up.
Yeah, we'll get to that.
He was in a different weight class, I will say, too. Not to
but
be mean.
I mean, that was the other thing. You got the commentators that are calling it, and the referee
he was watching.
Okay, he was watching.
Yeah.
He was MIA. He was collecting a paycheck, standing in the corner. I'm being facetious here, but I mean that's kind of like what happened. But I mean the simple fact that he should have. I mean, after the second headbutt.
Yeah.
And these weren't. These weren't like little incidental, you're coming in and you're taking a step forward headbutts. This is leading with your head, trying to cause damage.
Tilo brought up a good point. He said, some of it is that Katie Taylor is shorter than her.
Yeah.
And so when she goes to evade a punch and duck,
right.
She's going to come with that. But I mean, even Tilo was like, but this is exaggerated. And she's doing this on purpose to get that inside. Maybe she's not, on a couple of them, maybe she's not actually trying to hit her with her head, but she's trying to get that inside so that she could come up from underneath her. But at the end of the day, she is still leading with the head.
And it's also a juxtaposition of the different fighting styles because one of the boxers was, what they call has a regular stance. The other was a southpaw. Yeah. So when you're going against the different styles and you're not switching it up, this way you could, quote unquote, spoon, if you will.
Yeah.
Then this is the type of incidental contact that'll happen.
Right.
But she was definitely acting like a ram.
Yeah.
And using her head to go forward.
Netflix was getting real close up on that wound.
Oh, without a doubt. I mean,
I was eating at the time because we were out at the event and.
Good luck. I almost
had to stop eating. That was
I looked at that and I had to turn away.
Yeah,
and I wasn't doing anything except But I mean, what would you say? The gash was like a good 1.5 inches, 2 inches apart.
I mean, by the end of it, for sure, easily, but because they had to keep putting. I think at one point they put a butterfly stitch on it, bandage, and the very next round, first punch came in and knocked it right off, and you could see it fly off on the TV screen. Yeah. The rest of it was just Vaseline getting put on there. I mean, it was bad,
and it was a gusher. Yeah, and I mean, you also have to. What did you think about the post-fight comments from Serrano's corner?
So we were at the bar. We couldn't quite hear.
Okay.
Or I should say bar restaurant. It was at the event for the parlay. We couldn't quite hear the comments being made, but I could tell what I was going to say was they kept the microphone on Serrano a little bit longer. I think they were trying to kind of get her to bite and say something about how it was unfairly scored. But she stayed professional. She was very classy. She let her trainer do all the talking for her.
And
I agree
with
everything
a lot of
that I could
talking.
hear him say. And from his body language, I could tell that he was fighting for her and upset at the result. And I think everybody in that viewing party could agree and understand.
Oh, absolutely. And then, so if I'm not mistaken, Taylor, she went on first to talk.
Yes.
And when she was being interviewed, whoa, excuse me. That came out of nowhere.
You're thinking about that cut, huh?
Kind of getting a little stomach queasy there. But yeah, when Taylor was being interviewed at the end of the fight, and she was asked about the commentators and then about the fans who didn't necessarily agree with the outcome of the fight. And she, they're in the heart of Texas. They're at Jerry's World.
Jerry.
Yeah, the other Jerry. Yeah, wow.
They're both on the same spectrum. Yeah, they're both just as bad.
Yeah, they're just both as bad. But
some of the memes.
But the fact that she's saying that, well, she doesn't care. I won the fight. I don't care what the commentary says, or the commentators say. I also don't care like what the fans say, which then all of a sudden she gets booed because, the fans realize that Serrano should have won. I mean, pretty ballsy, on Taylor's part.
Yeah. We were with Ernie Scatton of WGN, our buddy, and he was saying, if I'm Amanda Serrano, I'm just going to tell her, yeah, polish those belts, keep my belts warm for me, hold them for a while. I'll come fight you in Ireland, in her home country.
Yeah.
Absolutely, because I think Serrano would absolutely destroy her next time. I mean,
without a
it
doubt.
might be a very similar fight, but I think it would be scored very differently after seeing that Serrano was willing to go for a whole second fight with her. And some of these memes, though, to go back to the Jerry thing, some of these memes of like, it's the hardest hits that AT&T Stadium has seen this year, especially with how bad the Cowboys have been. Or, of course, when Mike Tyson lost, it was Mike Tyson and Mike McCarthy, the coach of the Cowboys. And it said, these two Mikes have not had success in this stadium this year. Not a single win.
Although I would beg to differ. I would beg to differ. Mike Tyson, even though he lost, even though he looked every bit of 58 years old, he is still $30 million richer after this fight.
Yeah, he's not losing a wink of sleep after this. In fact, neither fighter was injured after that fight. No. It wasn't like the Serrano-Taylor fight where, they're going to have to lick their wounds and come back later. But it was, Mike Tyson not really getting hit hard. I mean, he's been hit way harder, and he could take those flimsy punches from Jake. I say flimsy in comparison to something
not only were they looking flimsy from Paul, they were both wearing gloves that were 14 ounces?
I believe that was
so typically speaking, for a regular fight, and I say like a regular championship fight, those gloves are 12 ounces. I know 2 ounces doesn't really mean like a whole lot to like either of us.
But after a while, that's going to tire.
Yeah, that's going to tire you out. And I've also heard them referred to as pillows. So you're also being hit with pillows. However, the fact that Paul did land a good shot to Mike Tyson's face, where it looked like his whole entire nose area and chin
shifted
and like went back to his head. So there was that. But I mean,
yeah, even then,
geez Louise, I caught myself.
Yeah,
geez Louise. I mean, if you're actually going to claim that you are the face of boxing, Jake Paul, you freaking need to actually fight a real fighter in their freaking prime.
Yeah.
Don't give me any of this 58-year-old former baddest man on the planet person, Mike Perry, MMA dude that actually looked like he rocked you a few times.
Who did Jake call out after the fight? It was a current boxer, wasn't it?
I don't know. Oh, well, I do know what you're talking about. I don't remember the boxer's name, but then he was like, yeah, I don't need to go looking for him. He could come looking for me.
Yeah, okay.
And it's like, dude, if you're actually getting into the ring with a real boxer and you're actually first off, you're using the 12-ounce gloves, real boxer.
Yeah.
Then you're going 3-minute rounds.
Yeah, not
the 2-minute rounds.
So that felt way too short in each of those rounds. I'm sure it felt way too long for those two guys. But yeah, if you're talking Jake going up against a real boxer,
it's gonna get his ass kicked.
One thing I noticed comparatively in their two stances is Mike Tyson, of course, he knows what he's doing. He had a much more tight stance.
Yeah. Jake, he had a boxer's stance.
Yeah. Jake was very wide, which means every time you go to throw your punch,
he looked like a box. He looked like a refrigerator.
Yeah. Every time you go to throw a punch, you're already out. It's like taking batting practice without stepping outward to throw your swing, basically.
Now
you're throwing a punch with no legs behind you because you're already in a wide stance. Why wouldn't you step into it?
And this is after years of trying to make him more legitimate. Yeah, he put on weight. Yeah, supposedly he's rounded into a little bit more of a professional boxer's form.
Yeah.
However, when I was boxing,
those hands didn't look like they were in form.
No, not at all, because they were all down by the waist.
He
no
got
protection
tired
and
real
everything.
quick. Some of it was him showboating, which,
But,
I mean, 58-year-old Mike Tyson or not, I would not be showboating in the ring.
But
that's one, a respect
hands down,
thing, and two, it's just, you don't want to get caught. I mean, Mike Tyson could still catch you.
Hands down. So Paul had his hands down. He looked like a refrigerator. and typically speaking, when you're in a ring against someone, you want to give them as little space to hit as possible, which means turning your body to the side and not straight on. So for those of you that are like actually watching on YouTube, so this is me facing you how Jake Paul is. So you're facing one another. Sorry for I know this is radio.
Diagrammed by Derrick.
This for the people on YouTube Live.
This will be the Derrick demonstration segment.
But then all of a sudden you turn it sideways, and you got less. You got less area to hit. More area, less area. Okay. Done with that, because this is radio and it's not really conducive to that.
I think the listeners can understand what you're saying too, if they picture it. Regardless, it was a great event put on by the Parlay. I know you were there earlier.
I was there helping setting up, but
it was great. Kendall Gill was coming from doing Bulls pregame, postgame, and rushing on over. You did a great job, but the Bulls lost a tough one. Not to switch over into basketball too quickly, but they lost a tough one to an undefeated Cleveland Cavaliers team. It was much closer at the end than the final score shows, but a 144-126 final in Cleveland. This was also an NBA Cup game, so that goes down.
God-awful floors. What is the deal with that stuff?
You don't like them?
No!
I like some of them.
Horrible.
The Cleveland one wasn't great, but I do love the Bulls one when they switched the United Center around.
I did not see the Bulls, admittedly. I did not see the Bulls.
I saw it last year. I don't think they've had one at home yet.
I mean, I thought that they were in like some college game or something. I mean, I looked up at the monitor. What the hell is that?
It's.
I understand you want to catch eyes and make this a standalone event kind of thing, but again, geez Louise.
I think it helps you out with the fact that some of the regular season can get monotonous and lengthy and such. But no, I like them. I don't like all of them. Like the Cleveland one, like I said, was all right. The Bulls one's much better, and I do like some of the jerseys that go with it, and I think it's a great way to kind of make the games more exciting. But
for me,
the Bulls aren't going to win.
Jerseys are fine. Well, we don't want them to win. Do we want them to win?
We want them to win.
Kind of want them to win, but I mean, at the same time, if they finish in the top 10 or the bottom 10 or outside of the bottom 10, then they don't get a top 10 draft pick.
Yeah,
and they sorely need a top 10 draft pick. Yeah. And this is the draft where you supposedly, and I'm no expert by any means for NBA basketball, but this is where you strike while the iron is hot.
Yeah, but Jerry Reinsdorf teams don't draft well even when they do get those draft positions. So I don't have any faith in that. I would just like a Chicago team to win, please. Please, can we get one? Well, we do have a couple, and we're going to talk to you about both the Blackhawks, a little bit more Bulls talk, and hey, the Windy City Bulls are underway as well, so we'll bring you some of those stats.
Are we covering Bears?
We can talk some Bears. That's not one of the teams that wins.
No,
and
that's
they probably
definitely
won't win
not
another
one of the
game.
Teams that wins.
So
yeah,
we'll give you a little bit of both, losers and winners.
Yeah, it's been a very rough sports season for the Chicagoland area, unless you're talking like Kane County Cougars baseball.
Champs.
Champs this year. But you are currently listening to AM 1410 WRMN. This is On the Rise with your hosts, Derrick Geyer and Mike Napolitano. We will be back to discuss all the things that we just previewed coming up in about 4 minutes. Stick with us. Thank you.
Bender Dental Care, located at North McLean Boulevard in Elgin. Bender Dental wants everyone to be informed, appreciated, and cared for at all times. To prove it, they now offer a new patient exam for just $29. That includes consult, x-ray, exam, and cleaning. Let Bender Dental help you have healthy teeth and gums for a lifetime. Located at 217 North McLean Boulevard in Elgin. Visit BenderDentalCare.com.
Experts say regular auto maintenance is one of the most important things for your car. Meineke Car Care Center at 376 Sundown Road in South Elgin covers all your automotive needs. From oil changes, brake services, and emission testing, Meineke's expert staff provides hard work and dedication with the utmost professionalism. Need an oil change? Visit Meineke in South Elgin for their 23-point inspection. Call 847-888-9644. WRMN says thank you to all of our local veterans, like Jerry Christofferson of True Patriots Care.
We had the 1,700 flags up across from the wall. That's how many POWs and MIAs. Plus, we do veterans and first responders funerals.
Yeah.
So if you ever drive by a funeral home, church, or a cemetery and you see the flags, you know a soldier died today.
Go to TruePatriotsCare.com for more information. And veterans, thank you for your service to our country.
Twins Gyros, located at 4870 North Harlem Avenue in Harwood Heights, serves traditional gyros as well as its award-winning chicken gyros on a pita. Twin Gyros has a diverse menu that includes barbecue ribs, chicken dinners, Philly cheesesteak sandwiches, cheeseburgers, and Vienna beef hot dogs that have recently been inducted into the Vienna Beef Hot Dog Hall of Fame. Check out the full menu at twinsgyros.com. That's Twins Gyros at 4870 North Harlem Avenue in Harwood Heights, Illinois. What makes a great pizza restaurant? The obvious answer, great pizza. A local favorite since 1983, Pizza Pub Wisconsin Dells has been serving up the best pizza in the Dells. Year after year after year. Not hungry for pizza? Try the homemade lasagna, chicken parmesan, burgers, salads, and an extensive kids menu. Or take a trip or two to the all-you-care-to-eat lunch buffet. Pizza Pub, walking distance to water parks and hotels in Wisconsin Dells.
American Legion Post 57 in Elgin, Illinois presents Legion Cruise Nights. Wednesdays, May 8th, June 12th, July 10th, August 14th, and September 11th from 5 to 8 p.m. Come out and enjoy a great evening of cars, food, and music. Motorcycles, cars, trucks, military vehicles are all welcome. 50-50 raffles, door prizes. The event being sponsored by the American Legion Riders Post 57. 820 North Liberty Street in Elgin, Illinois.
It's always exciting to hear Elgin business owners like Tanner Melvin of Side Street Studios share positivity about the local community.
Elgin is on it, and it has been. Sometimes, we got set back with the pandemic, and it's been rough. Everyone has felt so many different ways. What we're trying to do is a lot of hand-holding and shoulder rubbing and being like, it's okay, it's okay. We're trying to get this town a lot more money. You're very lucky to live nothing like this.
Feel the positive power of the first shift with me, Marky B, weekday mornings on WRMN.
I just hit that post. Car's got a dent.
Uh-oh. Better get Mako.
Oh, yeah? Where are they?
Mako is America's... Carbon across from Highview.
Altano and Derrick Geyer on 1410 AM WRMN.
Welcome back here on AM 1410 WRMN to On the Rise. Derrick and I will be jumping into some Bulls, maybe a little bit of Bears, and the Windy City Bulls are underway as well. We want to give you some of that information as the home opener is tonight. But to get to where we're going, we got to talk about where we came from. The Windy City Bulls season began last Friday in Van Andel Arena versus the Grand Rapids Gold. That is the Denver Nuggets farm team. Gold Nuggets. Okay. That was a 117
Gold Rush.
Yeah, 117 to 112 win. Grand Rapids' Jalen Pickett flirted with a triple-double. He had 24 points, 13 rebounds, and 8 assists. But it's not enough as the Windy City Bulls take the win with a better fourth quarter. Windy City posted 26 points to Grand Rapids 20 in that final frame, and that was the difference maker in this one. However, Sunday was the second game against this Grand Rapids Gold team out at Van Andel Arena. That was a 124-121 loss. Some of the things that stood out to me in both of these games is, of course, in the first game, it was Adama Sanogo with 18 points for this Windy City Bulls team. E.J. Liddell with 20. Javon Freeman Liberty with 24. In the second game, of course, you had Liddell in there as well. Sanogo with 22. So, the guys that you're expecting to make a jump to this Bulls team eventually are kind of getting the job done. Of course, they lost this second game, but they're being consistent to start the season, basically.
Yeah, 1-2 to start the season, going into tonight's home opener. And the way that I see it with the gentleman that you just mentioned, I'm pretty sure that we're going to be seeing them on the Bulls, come trade deadline.
Yeah. Things are going to have to change for the major league team here, the Bulls. At
Talking
the
about Jerry.
NBA level, yeah. As Derrick said, 1-2 because Tuesday, that was at Wayne Fieldhouse in Detroit to face the Motor City Cruise. That was a 127-107 loss for your Bulls. They posted 32 in that fourth quarter, but gave up 36. That was after they gave up 42 in that second quarter. Ooh, yikes, and crooked numbers on that board. But as Derrick mentioned, the upcoming games tonight, November 16th, will be the Windy City Bulls home opener at the Now Arena in Hoffman Estates against the Motor City Cruise again. That is at 7 p.m. tonight. And if you get there early, you can get the Bulls Brothers Mystery Bobblehead. It's a
what?
It's a mask.
The Bulls Brothers?
The Bulls Brothers. Yeah, it's a Blues Brothers inspired bobblehead of the two mascots, Gus T. Haha, get it, Gus T. And Benny.
Oh, because it's the Windy City. Oh,
yeah.
I see what they.
Yeah.
Oh, you had to explain it to me.
I had to just make sure make sure that everybody out here knows what we're talking about. Then tomorrow at 5 p.m., the Motor City Cruise will still be in town to face the Bulls at home as well. Tuesday, November 19th, is a 6 p.m. start against the Cleveland Charge. That is at Rocket Mortgage Fieldhouse in Cleveland. Thursday, November 21st at 7 p.m., we'll be back home against the Wisconsin Herd. I think these are all pretty self-explanatory. Cleveland Charge is the Cavaliers farm team. Wisconsin Herd are the Bucks farm team. Saturday, November 23rd, after we have another episode here on the Rise, it's 7 p.m. start at home against the Wisconsin Herd. That is Dog Day. So you can bring your dog to the stadium. You have to get tickets and a pup pass. So be sure to go through their website in order to buy tickets so that you can also bring your dog. There is a giveaway. It's a Windy City Bulls dog leash as well.
Sounds like a fun Saturday night.
Yeah. Tonight will be. Next Saturday will be. Get on out there and check out the Windy City Bulls in action as they start up their season. We never really recapped the WNBA, I don't think. We were going to leave that more for
missed that.
Marcus's show as the professional side of talk, but it was the Liberty versus the Lynx in the WNBA Finals. It went to a decisive Game 5. It's a best-of-5 series. Game 1, though, had a miraculous comeback by the Lynx in order to take that one in overtime. Minnesota coach Cheryl Reeve has seen a lot in her incredible career, which includes 4 WNBA championships, but it was a historic rally by the Lynx to beat New York 95-93. Reeve said, quote, "We're the first team in WNBA playoff history to be down 15 in the final 5 minutes and come back to win the game. So that ranks really high. I think it defines our team getting through difficult times. That's what we've been talking about. You have to be mentally tough, resilient, thrilled that we could hang in there," end quote. So that was a great start for the Lynx, but they were up against a very tough New York Liberty team who took them to a Game 5, which was in New York, and New York finally got a championship. They didn't get one in the MLB. I don't think they have a prayer in NFL. They've been
they're talking about benching Daniels, so whatever.
Yeah, they've been looking at some deep playoff runs in the NHL, but it hasn't really worked out for any of their teams. So finally, they get a win, and that is a Game 5 overtime win, 67-62 in that decisive Game 5 for the Liberty. It's a number of ladies that factored in for them. Brianna Stewart with 15 rebounds and Ionescu with 8 assists. So what a great game and a great wrap up to the season. But of course, that leads into regular NBA season. We talked about last night, the Bulls. They lost to an undefeated Cleveland team. Well, it hasn't been a great week for them either. 119-99 loss to Dallas earlier this season. That marked the third time that the Bulls have been held below the 100-point mark. All 3 of those games, of course, were losses. And the Bulls only have 1 win holding an opponent below 100 points this year. That was a 102-99 win over Orlando on October 30th. So when the Bulls can do it and hold the other team to double digits, they get the win. In this case, they were the ones on the losing end.
Yeah, they wanted to get faster.
Digits.
They wanted to get, they wanted to run the court. They wanted to shoot the 3 ball. So they are one of the top 5 teams in shooting the 3 ball this year. Definitely pushing the pace of play, common phrase that we hear throughout their time. So, yeah.
Yeah, it was a tough week for them because then they had to go and play the Minnesota Timberwolves. So back-to-back games against teams that went to the Western Conference Finals last year. The Timberwolves destroyed the Bulls 135-119. Not a great game. Ayo Dosunmu was kind of nowhere to be found, but he came back in the next game. That was a 125-113 win against Atlanta. He led the team in points, but that was with 19 points. So not a huge night for him on the points end of things, but it was enough to propel the Bulls over a struggling Hawks team. And then the Bulls go right back to losing. This schedule has been rough for them. It's been like a home game, then an away game, then a home game. Then
there's definitely been a few back-to-backs already. And Zach LaVine was hurt for 3 games, I believe.
I believe Lonzo Ball is still out, too. I mean, he just came back.
Well,
after years.
Kind of to be expected. I mean, it's almost like you're asking Mike Tyson to fight a Jake Paul, at 58 years old. I mean, but in all seriousness, I mean, yeah, he did have a 2.5-year layoff. Paul did.
Yeah.
And I'm pretty sure that they're just taking precautions.
Well, this time it is his wrist. It sounds like he is still wearing a splint.
Okay.
There's not really a timetable for his return, so I'm hoping we get some news pretty soon. But you said Zach LaVine out. He had a thigh injury. He was doubtful versus that Thursday game against the Timberwolves. I believe he still remains out. I haven't seen a report today. Yeah. Jalen Smith was also listed as day-to-day with a knee injury. But the Bulls, despite all this, they went into a very tough game with an undefeated Cleveland Cavaliers team. They were 11-0 coming into the United Center, and the Bulls hung in there with them. It was just a bad second half that cost them. They let the Cavaliers outscore them in both the third and fourth quarter. Actually, honestly, the second quarter as well. But the Bulls, I believe, were only down 1 point at halftime, if I'm looking at this math right here, and they stayed in it with a tough team. 119-113 was your final score. That's not a huge difference, and you got a chance to see them try to stay in it with an undefeated team and a team that's could be poised for a playoff run. Some people are doubting the Cavaliers are going to make the playoffs. They're just saying they're hot to start the season. But I mean, when you start out 14-0. Yes, as of last night, the Cavs beat the Bulls again. This time it was out in Cleveland. That was a 144-126 win for Cleveland. But don't let that scoreline fool you. With the few dying minutes on the clock, it was a much closer game. The Bulls just, they lost it.
Ran out of gas.
Yeah. So in between those Cleveland games was a win for the Bulls out in New York. That was against the Knicks. 124-123. They just snuck this one into the win column. Zach LaVine had a season-high 31 points in this one, so that was a huge help to get this Bulls team over the hump and get a win on the road out in New York. The Bulls are currently 5-8. They are fourth in the Central Division behind that undefeated 14-0 Cleveland team.
That's too good.
Detroit is also above Chicago right now, but that might even itself back out throughout the season. They are 6-8.
Hope so.
Indiana, the Pacers are 5-7. Chicago is 5-8. Surprisingly, Milwaukee, even with Giannis Antetokounmpo, is 4-8, bringing up the rear in that Central Division. All right, I know you wanted to talk some Bears stuff. We just had a so Bulls segment there because it's kind of mediocre.
How about I pivot a little bit instead of doing the Bears segment, because I did say that last week we would actually talk about like a little bit of high school football.
Oh, true.
We do have.
That'll be a nicer thing to talk about than the Bears.
Well,
it'll be
all I'm going to do is I'm
brighter of a mood.
Go through the schedule real quick since we have a couple of local teams. So for the IHSA Class A8 football bracket, we are looking at number 9 ranked Lincolnshire Stevenson with a 10-run record going up against number 1 Frankfurt Lincoln Way East. That's the 7 o'clock. Well, that was actually last night's game.
Oh.
My bad. But then you also have number 20 Park Ridge Maine South going up against number 12 ranked Wilmette Loyola Academy. That's at 12:30 this afternoon. We've got Naperville Central going up against number 2 LaGrange Lions. Gurney Warren versus Elmhurst York. That'll round out the slate for the Class A8 games. And then moving into the IHSA Class 7A football bracket, we've got New Lenox, Lincoln Way Central at Bradley Bourbonnais. Not exactly close from here. But then we've got Downers, number 5 ranked Downers Grove North at number 4 Batavia.
All right.
That's at 1 p.m. today. Then we've got Quincy at Chicago St. Rita. And then we've got Chicago Mount Carmel, which seems that they're always in the hunt for the football championship. Chicago Mount Carmel going up against number 6 Normal Community. And that is pretty much, my bad. 6A, for the 6A division, we've got Belvedere North going up against Cary Grove. Then we've got Geneva, number 3 ranked Geneva, going up against number 7 Lake Forest. Then we've got East St. Louis at number 5 Chatham Glenwood. And the final game in that one in 6A bracket is number 3 Kankakee going up against number 2 Oak Lawn Richards. Okay. So that's pretty much that. I'm pretty sure if things hold true, Maine South is probably going to be advancing. I would think.
I haven't looked at their numbers per se this year, but yeah, I mean, I know they're always in it. We're getting to some exciting football in the high school realm right about now, of course, as Derrick was mentioning that, you've got these matchups that lead into basically the semifinals, and then, of course, the finals right around the time of Thanksgiving. So a lot of Turkey Bowl pigskin going on, especially at the high school level, even if you can't watch it at the pro level, because when you watch the Bears, you want to scratch your eyeballs out. It's.
You're being very kind.
Yeah, I
think in a group chat.
I sugarcoated that.
I think in a group chat that we have.
I said something way worse.
Oh, you said. Oh, I must have missed that then.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Okay.
What did I say?
There was like something a Q-tip and some. Yeah. Anyway.
Yeah.
We won't go down that road though.
Yeah, I think I would rather not have eyesight than.
Oh, you literally want to like gouge your eyes out.
Yeah, then watch another Bears game.
I can't.
It's a waste of a season, waste of a franchise. This is a joke. This organization is a failure.
Yes, all of the above. I mean, I can't even. I mean, coming off of the bye, and the Bears were 4-2, and then you lay those type of performances the next 3 games, I just want to crawl under this desk, wrap myself in a blanket, get in the fetal position, and wish to God that this was like some sort of dream. But it's not. And I can't even say my favorite thing right this week, considering the fact that the Bears are playing the Packers. I want to say that the Packers suck, but you know what? You know who sucks worse than the Packers and the Lions and the Vikings and the Red Wings and
the Blues.
The Blues?
Yeah, don't forget. And the Predators. I could go all day here.
Oh,
Now we're in my room.
True.
Yeah.
But I mean, I want to say those teams suck.
I guess my White Sox too.
Okay, bite me.
My White Sox are worse, so
Bite me. You'll be.
Can we get every single owner in this town to sell, please?
You'll be catching my Jake Paul hands.
Oh God.
Oh wait, I'm sorry, my Mike Tyson.
Yeah, I was going to say you're the old guy here.
You're Jake Paul, and I'd be Mike Tyson.
I'll do my little shimmy shake and look like a fridge.
Yeah, no kidding. Yeah,
I hate it here. I hate it here. Get into sports broadcasting in Chicago, they said. It'll be fun, they said.
Cover
this
winning
is torture.
teams, they said.
This is purgatory.
Maybe winning teams back in 2016. Maybe for you, 2005.
2015 was the last of my great, exciting years.
2020.
It'll never
COVID
be good
year.
Again. It'll never be good again.
The one and done.
Never be good again. The double doink, you said?
Don't even remind me of the double dip do. Oh, yeah. Okay.
19-3. I know we're going to be stepping on Marcus's toes a little bit here because he's probably going to have all this covered in his show, The Truth About Chicago Sports, from 10:01 a.m. to noon today. So stick with us until we get to Marcus's side of things. And Marcus, he knows his football, and he will be breaking this down even more so than Derrick and I. But 19-3 to the 2-7 Patriots? You can't score a touchdown against a 2-7 Patriots team. No wonder offensive coordinator Shane Waldron was let go this week.
Bye-bye!
In which no love lost there from Bears fans, and they're still calling for more heads to roll when it comes to coaching staff and some decisions here. This is a domino effect. This trickles down, though. I don't think it's just coaching that you need to change. I think it is GM, president. You know, you've got Kevin Warren and Ryan Poles that everybody, trust Poles, and it looked good going in. This is still an abomination. This is still awful. This is still so bad that this organization, I saw a tweet this week that sums it up pretty well, that the Bears are a failure of an organization, and at the very end of the tweet, it said, rinse, repeat. Because that's all they do. Every 2 years, it's a new coach. Every 2 or 3 years, it's, we got to get a first-round pick again so we can take another quarterback, and they don't set them up with anything. Justin Fields had nothing. Caleb Williams has nothing. Also, both of those guys were rookies coming in. They didn't get anything to learn from. Like the Packers do, the Patriots did, like a bunch of these other teams had their quarterbacks sit behind somebody talented or learn from a talented coach, Patrick Mahomes. Patrick Mahomes, if he was on the Chicago Bears team,
wouldn't be Patrick Mahomes.
Would not be in the league anymore. So the Bears would have ruined him.
No. He would be on another team just figuring out how to thrive.
Sure. Like, Mitchell Trubisky for a little while, but more so Justin Fields. How about even Jay Cutler to an extent? I mean, all of these quarterbacks, a lot of these players in general go on to do better. Robbie Gould, you let him go so you could get Cody Parkey. And Robbie Gould goes on to kick for the San Francisco 49ers and take them to Super Bowls.
Yeah, he's going to be in the Hall of Fame.
When was the last time? He's probably the greatest kicker of all time. When was the last time that the Bears saw a Super Bowl? 2006.
Yeah, well.
And they got eliminated. But you know what was great about that game? Devin Hester's return from the start of the game, and it put the Bears up by a touchdown to begin the game. That was amazing.
We're really reaching back to have some good Bears thoughts here.
Well,
Give me. If this is not going to put you in a good mood, I don't know what will. Spoiler, it's not. The Bears versus the Packers over the last 30 years. What do you think the record is?
I actually looked it up.
Okay, so since you already looked it up, the record over the last 30 years is the Packers have won 50 games to the Bears 15.
Yep.
Let that sink in for a second. 50 wins for the Bears. I'm sorry, for the Packers over 15 for the Bears.
Yeah. All time.
This is an abomination. Now, I know you want to get to it real quick, but the last 3 QBs that the Bears have all had to do 3 different systems. So one was their college system. The second one was their first year in the NFL. And then the third system was from the offensive coordinator or the head coach getting fired, so they had to go into another system. This is already going. If the Bears clean house this year, and they should, then they are going to, muck it up again for Caleb Williams, and it's going to be his third system in as many years.
Shane Waldron being fired is the second offensive coordinator in the calendar year that has been let go by this Bears organization. The previous one, Luke Getsy, he went to the Raiders. He's already been fired this year. Again.
But miraculously, this is the first actual coordinator or head coach or whatever that has been fired ever in season.
Yeah,
Chew on that.
I actually
How
did
is
not have
that even
stat.
possible?
That is crazy to even think about. The all-time record, Packers and Bears, is a little bit more even, 107-95 to 6. The Packers lead that head-to-head battle. But the last time that the Bears
going back 30 years.
The last time the Bears beat the Packers was December 16th, 2018. COVID wasn't a thing yet. Mitchell Trubisky was your quarterback. Tariq Cohen was one of your wide receivers. Yeah.
Sure.
I almost thought he was running back. Wide receivers, and Cody Parkey was your kicker. This is just painful. This is going on 6 years. I mean, we're going on almost 7 years because it's not. The Bears aren't going to beat the Packers.
Aaron Rodgers still owns the Bears, and he's in New York.
Not a single player on this Bears roster has beaten the Packers in a Bears uniform, which I mean, I guess is pretty much a given.
Yeah.
Where I was going with that Devin Hester comment is he will be honored for joining the Football Hall of Fame, but he will be honored by the Bears ahead of Sunday's Packers decimation of the Bears. So what a great way to honor Devin Hester by saying, hey, here's your plaque, here's your banner, and we're going to go get our butts kicked by our main rival.
That's the only good thing going into this game. Maybe the fact that we do actually have, the collective we has a new offensive coordinator. I mean, supposedly it's supposed to be some sort of a bump.
I'm not even going to mention his name until he does something.
Yeah, sure. But you are listening to On the Rise. I'm Derrick Geyer. That's Mike Napolitano. Coming up in the next half hour, we're going to be talking mucho hockey. Mucho hockey.
And we have a special guest.
The weather is getting better, and we know it's the time when ladders and DIYers come out. Before you start any new outdoor projects, ComEd wants you to know that electricity can jump from a power line to you and the tools you're using. So maintain a safe distance from any power line. You can also call ComEd at 1-800-EDISON-1 to have those power lines de-energized the next time you do any type of work around them. Stay smart, stay safe, stay back. ComEd, powering lives.
Imagine planting, tending, and raising your crops all season long, only to discover a micronutrient robbing your potential. Once you spot signs of nutrients, it can be difficult to bounce back. Get ahead of manganese, copper deficiency, Moxon, DHS. Combined with a patented Lysol chelate, Moxon availability provides your crops with. Ask your local CHS about the power of Moxon.
Your hometown radio station since 1949. We are WRMN AM 1410, Elgin time, 9 o'clock.
Welcome back into AM 1410 WRMN. I'm your host, Derrick Geyer, alongside Mike Napolitano. And Mike, who do we have in studio talking all this hockey?
We have a very special guest making his On the Rise debut today here. It is Dalton Cooper, man. It's a pleasure to meet you and get to talk to you. He is an IMS student just like we were. And knows Tilo very well. Actually, Tilo put us together, and he said, "You guys are hockey fans, so we got to talk a little bit of hockey." I understand you have a hockey podcast as well.
Oh yeah, Between the Benches, we're puck heads. That's kind of the I think that's the terminology we'll probably go with. Talk a lot of puck, you know.
You said puck.
Yeah.
Okay.
Just check.
Yeah. Okay, guys.
I actually hadn't really heard that term until like Tilo and Grant started talking about that. I guess that's what like the layman folk call us.
Yeah, the puckheads. Well, it's better than the PP, right? I mean, there's so many innuendos in the game that unfortunately, you know, it just sometimes it pays off.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. Of course, being in Chicago, big Blackhawks fan.
I'm kind of a transport, so no, I'm from Florida. I'm more of a Bolts fan at heart.
Oh,
but
okay.
I spent a lot of time in Columbus too.
Suck!
So, yeah, right.
Oh, sorry.
But no, I'm kind of a Blue Jackets homer too. So, but I do enjoy.
Mike,
the big
what are we
city.
doing here?
Well, hey.
Well, Mike.
All right. So, as I'm wearing this hat and as we're covering these teams, I will say I do like the Tampa Bay Bolts as well. I like the Lightning.
It's a good choice.
My grandparents were down there for forever, so sue me. But I was cheering for them.
Jake Paul.
I was cheering for them when they won their championships, not in 2015. I'm sorry. You had to wait. And then I don't think anybody can hate Columbus. Like they're the underdog. Like you kind of got to root for them a little bit, right?
They had a rough offseason.
I'm going to say no, but
it's true. It's true. Yeah. Johnny Gaudreau, rest in peace. We covered that here on the show too, and his brother Matthew. But they're bounced back, and it hasn't been easy with losing the goaltender as well. It wasn't Elvis.
No, it was.
Wait, are we
Mativas, right?
Yeah.
We're just talking to injury, right?
No,
he was
a couple years ago passed away as well.
They lost Patrick Laine in the offseason. I mean, they lost their two best players in the offseason.
That was trade. That was trade.
Tragically.
Yeah, but it's tough. Yeah, it's never easy for the Blue Jackets. It is an underrated city. I did get a chance to see a Blackhawks Blue Jackets game back when Panarin was playing for them. It was cool to see Panarin versus Kane, and I do like that stadium. It's a nice downtown area, and they get a bad rep. I can't see why players wouldn't want to play there and build that city up. You know,
and they have chili cheese fries in the stadium too. So I don't know how many games you can go to and get like Skyline chili cheese fries. I don't know if you guys have had Skyline at all. Obviously.
I haven't,
but it's worth the price of admission.
I've heard a lot from my one buddy that goes down to see a bunch of Bengals games in Cincinnati about Skyline chili. I don't know. We'll have to see.
Have you had it? No, and from all the reviews that I've been hearing about it, Skyline chili not the best.
Well, you got to try it and then understand whether or not you like it. That from there, I guess
I suppose so.
Maybe it's an acquired taste.
Could be.
It's a little bit of cinnamon. I think a lot of it has to do with
cinnamon.
There is cinnamon in it. I think is one of their secrets in it. But also they put a very unhealthy amount of cheese. So I don't know if it's more
I like
for the cheese or for the flavor. So beauty is in the eye of the chili holder.
Yeah. My stomach might disagree. My arse later might disagree as well.
Oh yeah.
Well, that's just like even like Portillo's chocolate cake. Like there's some secret ingredients in there that you're like that's in a cake.
Yeah.
I'll give it a shot. I'd give it a try when I'm down there. Okay. All right, so we have to jump into some Blackhawks news. Last Saturday, after we jumped off the microphones, it was the Hockey Hall of Fame induction weekend. Basically, it was the whole weekend, but the weekend was big for Blackhawks fans because Jeremy Roenick was being inducted into the Hockey Hall of Fame. Yeah, finally gets the call. There is a really nice, not to plug something else other than our own show, but there is a really nice...
You?
Yeah.
No, go ahead.
No. There was a really nice little segment done on Jeremy Roenick by TSN. It was on YouTube. You could go check that out, and it was basically talking about a lot of the behind the scenes during his playing career, in between when he was having a rough patch, and Doug Wilson brought him back out of that and brought him back to the Sharks. He scored his 500th goal. He talked about that in his speech at the induction ceremony and how he got out of a dark period in his life, and also just his emotions when he got the call from the Hall of Fame saying that he was going to be inducted, he gave a yes, finally. And it's like, so he knew he deserved to be in there. A lot of people did, but he was classic JR when it came to receiving that phone call about his ego.
I'm just glad that it didn't happen after he passed away, because that certainly seemed to be the way that it was, headed.
For a lot of these players,
I mean, Ron Santo, okay, the media hated him. He dies next year, whatever, 2 years after that, he goes in. I'm pretty sure it's going to be the same thing with Pete Rose, even though he did bet on baseball. But, I mean, whatever.
Yeah.
It is what it is with that. But JR definitely deserved it.
Yeah, Jeremy Roenick, a heck of a player. I got a chance to meet him twice. And actually, one of my friends, they're good friends with Jeremy Roenick as well. But the first time I met him, I'm behind the scenes at a Blackhawks game. I was real young. This was back in the years when the Blackhawks were still not really televised, not really good. And, yeah. And so we're behind the scenes, and we're getting all these autographs from players. Nikolai Hobby-Bulin, Dustin Byfuglien, the GOAT, by the way. And then also, like, we see Jeremy Roenick, who was playing for the Kings at the time, walk by, and my dad knew exactly what he wanted to hear. He goes, "We miss you, JR." Jeremy Roenick turns, looks at us, comes walking over. "Yeah, I miss you guys too." And then my dad's like, "Michael, shake Mr. Roenick's hand." And I'm this noodly little, what was I, maybe like 6 or 7 years old, maybe a little older than that. And
so not much has changed.
Wow. Ouch. I would have lasted a little bit with Jake Paul, but thanks. So I shake Roenick's hand, and he goes, "Come on, kid, shake it like a man." And I'm just like, who is this dude telling me what to do here? Like, who does he think he is? Innuendos. But also, I met him a second time and told him about that story, and he remembered it vaguely, but also, man, I love the guy. Has the biggest forehead ever.
Yeah.
Like, it's a 12 head. Like,
and his nose is twice the size as yours.
If I turn sideways, I don't know. But I was wearing a Blackhawks hat that was like red, white, and blue in the theme of the Chicago flag, and it actually had the Chicago flag across the bill. And I loved wearing that hat; it fit me so well and stuff like that. And I had him sign his book because I had read his book, and I was like, "Oh, it was a great read. Will you sign the inside cover?"
Was this a short story?
No. And then he looks at my hat and he goes, "That is an awesome hat. Can I sign that?" And I'm just sitting there and I'm just like, "But I want to wear it. But like, I can't say no to Jeremy Roenick signing my hat." So I gave him the hat. And he signed it. And it sits up on my mantle. I will not wear signed memorabilia because you could get that dirty. You could get it destroyed, damaged, all that.
Well, you wore it the rest of that night.
Well, yeah.
Okay,
well, actually, later on that night, I went to go play hockey, and I was like, I was going to wear that hat while I was playing hockey, and I was like, I can't now. Like, if I get that sweaty, all bets are off.
Fair enough. But we do have a guest in the studio, Mike.
We do.
You might want to let him talk a little bit of
I just learned that Mike has the cleanest mantle in America because it never gets dirty up there either. I don't know about you.
It might be a little dusty. It hasn't been added to since 2015, probably.
Little Swiffer action.
Did you get a chance to see any of the Hall of Fame induction ceremony?
Yeah, Pavel Datsyuk went in. He's one of my all-time favorite players. Yeah,
not him though.
No,
but,
I know.
I did like Jeremy Roenick's speech though. He talked about. I think he was talking to one of like the first GMs to scout him. He met him at the urinal of all places, and he asked him if he was ready to play.
That sounds typical JR.
Yeah, and he mentioned the size of his intestinal fortitude.
Yeah,
and that's when the GM knew
at the urinal.
That's when he knew that. I guess the GM asked him if he's ready to play, and he said yeah. So the way that he said yes apparently was the way that Jeremy was going into the league. So there it is.
Roenick added, "Thank goodness he didn't look down."
Yeah, right.
Otherwise, he would have known I was lying.
So.
Yeah, no, that was great. There was already talks about who is going to be up for Hall of Fame next year. There once again is a Blackhawks name eligible based on when he retired. This will be his first year of eligibility, and I think it is a unanimous selection coming forward in this next year for Duncan Keith.
Oh, yeah.
Got no teeth.
Yeah. Right.
Zdeno Chara, I believe, is up there, too.
I think, it's either this year or next year.
It's next. It's
next year or the year after, forgive me on that. But
Right.
Because it's, 10 years, right, from a retire date? Do I have that right?
I don't think so, because Keith hasn't been retired 10 years. I think it's down to 3.
Because he went to the Oilers, or he played with the Oilers for a little bit too.
Yeah, I think it's 3. I want to say it's 3, because if my memory is correct, I believe Keith just played like 2 years with the Oilers. We still had Keith for that run against them in the bubble.
Yeah.
But then I believe he went to the Oilers that very next year and played 2 seasons with them, which would mark 2022-23 his retire date.
Okay.
Which would then mean 25-26 is like eligibility window. So,
but no, he's definitely first ballot for sure. 3-time Stanley Cup champion? Was a captain. I don't want to say the captain of the power play, but he definitely was a very known force on that power play, and then just obviously his defensive prowess.
And that, I'm sure you remember, but from the bad side, that 2015 run from Keith, not only in the finals, but in the entire playoffs. I mean, he was like a plus 27 on the ice in the playoffs, which is like unheard of.
It's crazy.
So yeah, that was great. So
we could miss him. We really miss him right now. We could use a Duncan Keith on this team right now. I mean, all respect to Seth Jones, and he's a great player, but he could use a little bit of help, like Duncan Keith for sure. Some
of these young guys could definitely learn from that. I think Seth Jones did get a chance to learn from Keith a little bit, but definitely not the length and the tenure that they really wanted.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's a shame, but the Blackhawks, we've been spoiled with a lot of talent for a long time. So now it's just about building back up to that, which is why the Blackhawks are a little bit spotty this year. Sunday against the Wild, that was the first time Minnesota got a chance to see Chicago this year. And that was a 2-1 overtime win. Philip Kurashev notches the overtime winner. And Peter Mrazek should have stole the show once again for making 32 of 33 stops in net. That's the Blackhawks. That's only their second home ice win throughout 6 home games this season. That's rough.
Yeah, that's rough. And that, unfortunately, it's just the scoring problem this team has. We can't put the puck in the net. It's a really big issue right now.
Yeah, I mean, it is a struggle for this Blackhawks team to... I mean, the motto a couple of years ago was 1 goal, and I think they're living by it again, because this has just been... Norm McIver said in the Blackhawks Every Shift that they've been coming out with on YouTube. There's a little web series. He said, and it was purposefully left into that first episode, where are the goals going to come from? And that has been the real struggle of this Blackhawks team.
Yeah, I mean, Ryan Donato is leading the team in goals right now. So, I mean, Bedard obviously leads the team in points. He's got 13 in total. But yeah, Donato's 8 goals, and just, they're trying to balance lines, which I guess makes sense if you're trying to tank, right? Because that's probably where you're going to see the most, equity, but you're not putting your best players together is kind of what they've seen to, kind of take forward so far.
It's not a full-on tank this year, or at least it shouldn't be, because the Blackhawks front office, Kyle Davidson, did say that they wanted to have a better year and move forward, take baby steps forward. When you finish with 50-some points last year, they're looking at maybe trying to finish somewhere in the 70s this year, So and that's a big jump. However, they made a lot of roster moves to bring in veterans that could do something like that for them. It's just whether or not that is going to actually transition to the ice like it does on paper. And so far, it's been spotty. Like you said, a lot of lineup changes and line jumbling from Luke Richardson, head coach, to see if different combinations work. And some things have, but then you sacrifice other things. So it's a juggle, that's for sure. I mean, you're not going to have it perfect with the roster composition that you have this year. But you said it, Ryan Donato. That's great for him, but we really need some more scoring, and especially from Connor Bedard. I mean, the points are there. He's doing fine, but he'll pick this back up. It's early in the season still. I'm not worried at all. I still think he is the generational talent he's meant to be. But yeah, I'd like to see a couple more highlight reel goals.
We're still ahead of Nashville though, so it's okay.
Hey, that's all that matters.
That's all that matters.
Right?
We're not last. So.
Yeah.
And our crack research team has discovered that it is a 3-year wait from the time that a player retires. So if I were to retire, or if I actually played, if I were to retire this year in 2024 or 2025, as it were, you would need to wait until 2028 to get into the Hall of the Hockey Hall of Fame. So there's that.
Man,
Gotcha.
Your guys' stat department's awesome.
Yeah.
I need to get one of those on my podcast, honestly. That was quick.
Statman Derrick over here. Unfortunately, the stats didn't look good from Thursday night as the Blackhawks fell to the Kraken. I believe the final score was 3-1. I actually don't have it in front of me right here, but that was a late game for most. On top of most fans not being able to see games with this switch over to Chicago Sports Network, this was also a West Coast game, so it was a 9 p.m. start. Wasn't the best for some Hawks fans, and the result wasn't as well.
That's really turned into a cluster frick, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, so Chicago Sports Network did come out yesterday and announced that they will be rolling out, you can get it now, an app that you can follow your teams on. That is the White Sox, the Bulls, and the Blackhawks. I know, real riveting lineup right now. For, I believe it's $30, you can have a yearly is it yearly or is it monthly?
I thought it was monthly, and I thought it was like $19.99 a month. However, that's just for following one team.
Oh, wow.
If you wanted to follow all three teams, it was like $29.99 a month.
Yes.
To follow the White Sox, the Bulls, and the Blackhawks.
It's about $1 a day. It's about $360 a year.
Yeah.
Listen.
So what's the point?
I think they need to realize the product that they have, or lack thereof, because
I'm glad you went there.
A historically bad White Sox team, at best mediocre Bulls team, which they are not even that right now, and a rebuilding Blackhawks team, and you're going to be charging me $30 a month to watch that? No, thank you. I'm sorry. We're done here.
Yeah, but you get over 300 games a year.
I wonder who's making these decisions and who owns this broadcasting network. Jerry Reinsdorf. And I wonder why that they're setting these prices so high. Cheap. Wow.
No, it's not cheap.
It's the ownership is
I know what you're saying. Oh, okay.
I get it on my DirecTV stream though. I don't know if there's a couple different. I think I don't.
Well, lucky you for having, I guess, DirecTV.
DirecTV, AT&T Uverse, and an over-the-air antenna. Which the over-the-air antenna is the cheapest route because it's a one and done. You buy it, you have it. But I don't know, what is this, 1980? I don't think so. I saw Mike Tyson fight as a 58-year-old. So
yeah, and that crashed.
Yeah. So guess what the antenna will maybe do after a while? Yeah, you gotta hold it like in the old days with the bunny ears, Just make sure that you're getting the signal. It works from this side of the house, sweetheart.
Cha.
The only other news coming out of the Blackhawks this week, actually, you had some news on Laurent Brossoit, didn't you?
Oh, yeah, he was expected back the 27th, so he's been on IR most of the season. They got him from Winnipeg over the season as well. But Soderblom's been playing pretty well in his fill-in for Brossoit. But
yeah, it has looked good with this tandem. Soderblom had a rough couple of years these past, I think, 2 seasons for the most part. And now when Brossoit comes back, do you have a 3-way goalie carousel, or do you send Brossoit down for rehab because Soderblom's looked better than you expected? Everybody was thinking from the start it'd be Soderblom that gets sent down to Rockford, and then you have a goaltending tandem of Mrazek and Brossoit. But we'll just maybe have to see skill-wise when Brossoit comes back.
I was gonna say, I feel like you have to play Brossoit. I feel like just because the trade deadline might be looming, I think somebody might pay a little bit of a premium for a Brossoit as a good second goalie. Maybe the Kraken, the Nashville could be sellers. There's a couple teams around the league that could use a decent backup goalie.
That's true. I really hope, though, that they don't flip him that quickly. I mean, I know that the trade value, like you said, would be there then, but the Blackhawks have done a lot of that over the last couple of years of bringing in prospects over the offseason to then flip them for assets, which has worked out great when we see the draft picks that they're acquiring. But I would like some veteran presence. I would like an established goalie for the meantime until maybe a Drew Comesso comes up and such. But just something to feel confident that you can have a reliable goaltender in net backstopping you. And, he's no, Igor Shesterkin or Andrei Vasilevsky, right, but he is an NHL goaltender more so than I would even say, as much as I appreciate him and I like what he's done for this Hawks team, even Peter Mrazek.
Yeah.
So We'll see. We'll see. That should be good. Speaking of the sending up and down from Chicago to Rockford, that was my next point. I was going to go with.
Goodbye to see you.
Goodbye to see you. Yes.
Nice.
So following the overtime win on Sunday, the Blackhawks had placed Andres Athanasiou on waivers as of Monday. Head coach Luke Richardson had confirmed that, and Andres Athanasiou had not scored 2 goals. Actually, he scored 2 goals within the last season. So dating back to 2022, the start of that season.
No one was seeing him.
Yeah, exactly. He wasn't seeing the back of the net. He had 2 goals. He goes down to Rockford and plays for the Ice Hogs Wednesday morning. It was a 10 a.m. start in Grand Rapids.
So he cleared waivers then?
So he cleared waivers, yes. Went down to Rockford.
No one wanted him.
Oh, no, not at $4.25 million. No way.
No, yeah, that is another thing too.
Yeah,
Is a $4.25 million cap hit.
Oh, dear God.
And only 2 goals last season. Yeah, yikes. So goes down to Rockford. 28 seconds into the game.
Sounds about right.
He scores. The first shift didn't take long. He had the speed, broke in. Really nice, I believe it was a backhand to forehand move. And then not only did he get 1, he tied his goal total from the last whole year and scored a second in that game. And Rockford, they were propelled by that in Grand Rapids. It was a great display. This is interesting because does that mean the AHL is too low of a league for Athanasiou, but the NHL is too high of a league?
So he's a 4A player?
Maybe, yeah, right. He's nice in between the purgatory that you kind of mentioned before.
Yeah.
No, I mean, I just think it's kind of like the NFL to college football, right? I mean, there's not really, and it's like G League to NBA. I mean, you see the gaps between professionals and I guess I don't want to say scout players, but kind of those in between guys. So, I mean, also he's a savvy veteran. I mean, he's been in the league for 7-8 years now. So yeah. I think just the awareness, but again, it's good to see him have a little pride because he could definitely pack it in and just not care. And apparently he at least gives enough of a rip to be out there and trying hard.
Right. Well, as I said, that propelled the Ice Hogs, but that was their only 2 goals of the day. Unfortunately, they gave up 5. So Athanasiou had put the Ice Hogs up. And then the Grand Rapids Griffins came clawing back. That was 4 goals given up in the second frame and 1 in the third. 5-2 is your final score. Ice Hogs still struggling on that power play. They go 0 for 4 in that game. Not what you want to see from players that are going to then come up and be the future for the Chicago Blackhawks team. They need to be able to convert on special teams.
Yeah, and they had 9 more shots that game too, so they're getting more opportunities, and they're still giving up way too many goals. Not a very good shooting percentage.
Not what you want to see. Last night, the Ice Hogs.
1 minute remaining
in the period. The Ice Hogs did get back on the board last night with a win against the Manitoba Moose. That was a 3-2 final. They go 1 for 4 on the power play, so at least converting there a little bit and back on the right track. As far as their other scores from the week, we left off last Saturday night was against the Iowa Wild. That was a 6-3 shellacking in the BMO Center, and Iowa comes away with that one. Although that was a great power play night for the Ice Hogs. They scored 2 of 3 opportunities, or to score on 2 of 3 opportunities. However, the penalty kill was what hurt them in this one. They give up both to the Wild on their 2 man advantages. So Cole Gutman, both goals were power play goals. They did have the 1-0 lead, but they were down 2-1 by the first intermission, so they can't hold a lead here either. So not great. Tomorrow at 3 p.m., they'll be playing the Chicago Wolves here in Rosemont. Tuesday, November 19th, will be at home against the Texas Stars. And then Friday, November 22nd, will be away at the Texas Stars. So
you want to give out your socials real quick?
Oh, yeah. You can check us out on Instagram at Between the Benches Pod. We do everything on YouTube at Between the Benches Pod as well. We do usually Monday and Thursday night streams. So if you're looking to learn more puck, check us out.
All right.
We have one more segment here. Thank you again, Dalton, for coming in. And appreciate the hockey talk here. We have our fantasy football talk coming up with Derrick and Nick Johnston. So stay tuned for that before we switch it over to the top of the hour for The Truth About Chicago Sports with Marcus Mack. You're listening to AM 1410 WRMN on the Rise.
And you guys have a great rest of your Saturday. Enjoy, everyone.
Retirement can be scary, but only if you're not prepared. That's why AARP created thisispretirement.org. Because unless you've already retired, you're in retirement.
That's tough. Hope it was Dollar Dog Night,
something
to at least get the fans going.
Tax breaks and how you can build savings over time. Visit thisispretirement.org for free resources to help you customize your action plan and feel the retirement fear disappear. Brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
Sensory overload.
Available
Okay.
now on Amazon.com.
Oh, gotcha.
Is the book called DUI Trial, which is the driving under influence. Not only was driver's license, but also lifetime commercial driving prevent him from ever driving a truck again. This book includes the backstory of the driver, the lawyers that defended his case, and the DUI expert witness analyzed the case and then testified as to the field sobriety test, breathalyzer. This nonfiction novel also includes actual court transcripts from the jury courtroom showdown.
Yeah, it's like a face for radio, you know.
The defendant's the book DUI Jury available and Barnes.
For nearly 2,000 severely injured veterans, everyday life has become filled with barriers. So
well, usually can't hear them
specially
muffled,
adapted
right?
homes at Homes for Our Troops.
Yeah.
And thanks to our donors and supporters, this
like Kenny,
life-changing gift of freedom is provided mortgage-free to these veterans. But we need you to join us too in completing this important mission. Please visit hfotusa.org and help build homes and rebuild lives.
At the law offices of Guthrie and Brady, we are dedicated to providing high-quality legal services at affordable prices. Whether you're dealing with real estate transactions, foreclosures, or will and estates, our experienced team, including Mary Brady, the happy lawyer, is here to help. With over 50 years of experience, you can trust that our attorneys have the knowledge and expertise to handle your legal needs. Our comfortable and welcoming office, along with our professional staff, makes it easy for you to get the legal guidance you deserve. If you're looking for expert legal services you can rely on, contact the law offices of Guthrie and Brady today. Schedule a consultation and let us put our decades of experience to work for you. For more information, visit gandblegal.com. That's gandblegal.com.
Thanks for listening to WRMN 1410. Don't forget to join us every day for our Comfort Keepers feature. Comfort Keepers is a leading provider of in-home non-medical care for seniors and other adults in need of assistance with daily activities. Again, listen daily at 7:25 a.m. for our Comfort Keepers feature. And thanks for listening.
Sounds just like Chell. Oh my God.
Yeah. Okay, antibodies, huddle up. We're a great team, but the flu is dominating. The good news is the human we're protecting just got his flu shots. That means all of us antibodies have strong new gear that will help us fight and defend against the flu. We must win so that our human can stay healthy and help protect the people he cares about most.
Let's work as a team to defend against the flu. Gear up with a flu shot to help protect yourself and others and reduce your risk of being sick or hospitalized with the flu. Learn more at getmyflushot.org. Brought to you by the AMA, CDC, and the Ad Council.
You're tuned into On the Rise with Mike Napolitano and Derrick Geyer on 1410 AM WRMN.
And we are back on AM 1410 WRMN, and this is your fantasy sports half hour with Nick Johnston. I'm your host, Derrick Geyer. How the hell you doing, Nick?
I'm doing good. Late night, so I'm doing some fantasy rankings, all that fun jazz, getting ready for this stuff. So
yep, and we are recording on a Friday.
Yeah,
I got my days all correct and everything, so that's fun.
There we go. go.
But so we were actually able to take in the Commanders versus the Eagles.
Yes.
And Philadelphia's defense, they dominated for the 6th straight game. Looks like they're coming back into form of a couple years or so ago. Saquon Barkley did it again. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, no, a slow start at the beginning. It was a 7-3 ball game just at the first half. Picked up towards the end, and not a ton of fantastic numbers across the board. Obviously, Saquon Barkley managers are feeling amazing right now, about 35 points, depending on your scoring in your leagues. 146 on the ground and 2 scores on 2 big plays. One was a 30-plus yarder. So Saquon Barkley had a nice day. Wouldn't put it past him. I think just short of 200 total yards. So, big one right there. Top receiver, nothing too special. On 8 targets, A.J. Brown caught 5 balls for 65 yards. So the receiving game wasn't the best. Dallas Goedert had a large reception. He had a 32-yarder, but he ended up fumbling it out of it. Didn't lose the fumbles, but that was okay. But overall, kind of disappointing on the receiving end. Sure. On the other side of things, Jaden Daniels had a rough day. He scored a touchdown, sure, but also was picked. That touchdown was garbage time, if you want to put it that way. I would have to do so.
But I mean, it still counts. All the points still count. So I mean,
of course, garbage time in that game, but it's all points. All that matters here in our fantasy game for sure. But like you mentioned earlier, the Eagles defense is what stepped up. Maybe again, not crazy numbers. 3 sacks and an interception, so that helps. Only 18 points scored. So that maybe that late touchdown maybe did the Eagles defense in it fantasy wise. But overall, that looks like a very solid defense that you can go ahead and just plug in. Doesn't seem to matter who they play. Obviously, we saw the Commanders were a high-scoring offense and were held to under 20 points once more. So Jaden Daniels, again, like we mentioned, kind of a rough day when Austin Eckler's the top receiver. He caught 8 balls for 89 yards, only two rushing attempts for 7 yards. But, of course, we knew that was going in because Brian Robinson Jr. was going to be starting again. He had 63 yards and scored a touchdown. So that kind of saved his day in terms of fantasy production. He had 12 points, at least 13, because he also caught a ball if you were in PPR format. So, okay day there, so that's an okay start. He probably hit his projection. Brian Robinson Jr. did. So again, nothing too spectacular, but it was Zach Ertz. I don't know if you saw going into the final drive, he had about 4 points or so. Finishes the day with about 17 because he caught the touchdown. 6 receptions, 47 yards on the day. So nice little stat line for Zach Ertz. So again, we talk about, like I mentioned, I could call it garbage time, but very important for any Zach Ertz managers that end up starting him.
Yeah, you really don't care, as long as the points are coming in, whether it's garbage time or the beginning of the game or whatever. I mean, sure, the fans of the team, they care, but fantasy owners, not so much.
Exactly. It does not matter. So overall, like I mentioned, slow start, picked up, not the best game, but again, everyone was clamoring for an over. Didn't hit the over in this sense. So that's all right.
That's all right.
Big game for the division though. That was humongous. Eagles get a big lead.
Yeah. Not that I really want to do it. I really don't want to do it at all. I think you know what I'm alluding to.
Yeah, I think so.
Well, okay, let's dive into the Bears.
Yeah, I know we can't see him, but my claw is still kind of up. It has to be.
Is it though?
It has to be in some form.
You got like some sort of next generation kung fu bear claw power, because mine is shriveling away, and I know that they got rid of their offensive coordinator this past week.
Shane Waldron's
gone. They got a new coordinator in there, but I mean, after the last 3 weeks coming off of a bye, God, they just look absolutely horrendous. And I try to hope traffic with Swift, the running back, the wide receivers who should supposedly be, top of the league, but not really doing much of anything. And then you have the tight end, Komet, who just seems to be, a fart in the wind, if you will. So, I mean, is there any upside to playing any Bears this week other than the fact that it's against Green Bay? And I can't even bring myself to say what I would usually say when we're talking about Green Bay.
Yeah.
Because right now, the Bears suck.
Yeah, it's a tough one. It's a tough one for sure. If this means anything, new Bears OC, new Bears offensive coordinator, just Thomas Brown taking over for Shane Waldron. He used to be the offensive coordinator for a short period for the Carolina Panthers. And we saw that train wreck of an offense at one point. So,
but I mean,
I was just going to go ahead and say that you mentioned a lot of names in the Bears. If they're starting or if they're startable, my start of the week is the Green Bay Packers defense. So very, very tough for me to sit here and tell you that it's worth starting Swift or worth starting DJ Moore or Keenan Allen or Cole Kmet, because I don't know how this offense is going to look under this new format.
Good to see him.
Under this new scheme. I can only hope that as the Bears fan in me, I can only hope that Caleb Williams and the offense gets back to basics and looks how he did between weeks 2 through whenever they were in
whenever they had that
London
3-game winning streak.
Yeah, exactly.
And they actually look like a coherent, cohesive, accountable football team.
Yes,
seem to be. That word seems to be bantied about.
Go back to basics.
Yeah.
Figure that out. Figure out a way to get DJ Moore happy. Figure out a way to get Keenan Allen the ball in wide open situations. That's the hope. Otherwise, like I mentioned, Green Bay Packers defense is probably the safest bet on the defensive side this week.
Yeah. And I would be remiss if I didn't ask this question. Josh Jacobs, although he is questionable, would you start him against the Bears defense?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I definitely would. I'm going to, obviously, it's a wait and see. I'm going to quickly look and see what his injury pertains to. Okay, a quad. He was limited Thursday. If he's a full go in any sort of capacity today on Friday, I don't know if they're going to do a practice or another walkthrough. But if they clear him today and he doesn't have an injury designation going into Sunday, yeah, he's very much worth the start. Obviously, you can go back to any of the stat lines on the Bears these past 3 or 4 weeks. Their run game is putrid, giving up 100 plus. Across all of those games, so at least, and a couple of those are topping 160, 165. I think that was the Commanders game. So tough. If they have a good running back, if they're playing a good running back, the Bears, they end up giving up a lot of numbers. So Josh Jacobs is going to be a good go.
Even with that quad, would you maybe take a flyer on Emmanuel Wilson, who's the backup to Jacobs? That's kind of like a gamble, I know.
A little bit, yeah. That'd be probably flex start worthy to a certain extent. He could come out of nowhere, obviously, and put up some numbers. But yeah, if Josh Jacobs for any reason isn't a go, I wouldn't hesitate to at least add Wilson to my roster.
Okay,
just like a Sunday squeeze in type deal. Just drop a person you're not going to play, or somebody you ended up playing, somebody that played on Thursday that you didn't use. So
okay. Got you with that. Well, geez, we've got Detroit playing Jacksonville. That seems like a no-brainer. Start everyone that's on the Detroit offensive side of the ball.
Yep.
What about Baltimore and Pittsburgh? That's you got the 7-3 Ravens going against the 7-2 Steelers.
Yeah, honestly, this noon slate is looking pretty brutal. That game is going to save that time slot for sure. So Baltimore and Pittsburgh going to be it's going to be a rock fight, I think, to some degree. Lamar Jackson, while he is the number one ranked quarterback on a ton of rankings that I'm looking at, his numbers against Pittsburgh aren't the greatest, and they seem to have his number, especially in Pittsburgh. So this is gonna be a big game.
Exactly what I was thinking.
Yeah, this is a big game for sure. Again, from what I was able to gather from StatMuse, they only have 6 games listed. I feel like he's played more. Maybe they're just counting regular season games.
Well, he was hurt.
Okay.
I believe he was hurt either he won the MVP last year, so it was the year before that he was hurt.
Okay.
So he missed, I think at least one of those starts.
Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. I do recall, not Tyler Huntley, the legend that is Tyler Huntley, Snoop Huntley. Yes, coming to fruition. He only has 4 touchdowns to 7 interceptions against the Steelers from what I was able to gather from StatMuse. So it's a tough go for him, but this is a different type of Baltimore Ravens team that we've seen these past couple of years. Lamar Jackson is looking like the MVP that we crowned last year. So I'm very interested to see. Here, obviously, starting everyone on both sides. George Pickens and Russell Wilson is looking like a solid tandem, especially against this Baltimore Ravens defense, who's giving up humongous numbers to receivers. So he's going to be the number one option there for Russell Wilson. And that's going to be a good matchup there. Just watch out for Najee Harris. He's been a little banged up. He might get the go, but again, I'm not going to be jumping the gun to go start him just because he's been banged up. Look out for Jaylen Warren, most likely scooped up in a ton of leagues already. But if he's somehow, some way still on waiver wires or in free agency, go scoop him up.
Yeah.
Baltimore Ravens also, like we mentioned, just Zay Flowers. Looking fantastic these past few weeks. Mark Andrews is back into action, so everyone's a good go, I believe, on this side. Even with Steelers defense, go ahead and do that as well.
Yeah, you weren't lying about this noon slate being a steaming pile of horse turd.
Yeah,
I mean, geez Louise, you got Jack.
Luckily, we actually they flexed the Sunday night game was supposed to be Colts and Jets. We had yet another Jets primetime game, but they switched it over to, I would say, a much better game. Cincinnati, who's looked better, and the Chargers, who they're putting together some good games.
Yeah,
they're putting together some wins. Harbaugh's looking like he loves him some Justin Herbert. I'll say that much. So he's been hyping him up,
and not to mention just Burrows. He's Burrow.
Yeah.
He's come around. I mean, he's had like a couple of phenomenal games over the last few weeks.
Past 2 games, 9 touchdowns, no interceptions. He's looked fantastic. I would believe his yardage is well over close to 1,000 yards just in the last 2 games, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, he's right now, as the season sits, he's got 2,672 passing yards, 24 TDs as up against 4 interceptions.
Oh wow! Yeah.
So he's If there was a dark horse, if there was a dark horse to maybe come back and potentially put himself in the MVP candidacy for the end of the season, that would be a good one there.
It could be them, and then honestly, just getting down to the wire. Cincinnati, they could be fighting their way for one of those 2 wild card spots. You would think, Kansas City's basically wrapping it up, locking it in. Houston Texans have their spot as well in the division. It's going to be a fight between the Ravens and the Steelers, and whoever doesn't get the division will get one of those wild card spots.
Yeah,
and then it's going to be up to Cincinnati and maybe the Bills. They're going to lock up their wild cards. They're going to lock up their division as well. So it's going to be a couple spots, 2 spots open. Maybe one other team is in there. It's going to be fun. It's going to be fun fighting for that AFC spot.
Yeah. CMC made his return last week.
Yes, he did.
And by CMC, for those of you that do not know, I am talking about Christian McCaffrey of the 49ers.
Yes.
He had, he really had a nice first game back, coming off of injury, helping the 49ers, I believe, win last week.
Yeah.
So that was a nice surprise. They seem to be getting healthy. Just in time to play the Bears, I believe. But
yeah, just they're right around the corner, like we were talking about. Yeah. But Christian McCaffrey, good comeback. He was out there for a bit. Didn't have a ton on the ground, but caught 6 balls for 68 yards, if I'm not mistaken. That was able to add to his PPR total. So overall, pretty solid comeback, almost 100 total. Let's do some quick math. I think actually over 100 total scrimmage yards for a guy that's coming off an Achilles injury. So he's looking like he's going to get back into form, and he has a nice matchup for sure this week. Seattle, even though they're coming off their bye, I think he's going to eat this week.
Definitely. What do you think about Geno Smith for the Seahawks?
I mean, not the greatest matchup in terms. I'm not. I see him middle of the pack, towards the bottom of quarterback rankings this week. I would play him over a couple other names for sure, but yeah, Geno Smith not looking.
Caleb Williams being one of them.
Yeah, I think the upside for sure with Geno is he's most likely going to get DK back, DK Metcalf.
Okay.
So if DK's playing, I would feel better if you have to play Geno. So I think that's a good play. But again, San Francisco's defense is tough. Divisional matchup in San Fran. Yeah, it's going to be a tough one.
And then how are we feeling about the Falcons and Broncos in Mile High Stadium?
Ooh, yeah. Again, I don't want to say watch out, but I'm not super interested in playing Kirk Cousins this week. Everyone's seems to be back into form. On the defensive side for the Denver Broncos. So yeah, very tough matchup, always tough playing in Denver regardless. Obviously the thin air, you're running low, you got to get the oxygen tank on the sideline. So I'm sure they can get something pulled together. And then also again, Darnell Mooney goes down on a Thursday with an Achilles injury on the injury report. So yeah, one of his top receivers, I believe he's a top 10 receiver in fantasy this year. So
yeah, and Mooney, he's got 46 receptions, 684 yards, 5 TDs, which I gotta ask, where the hell was his production when you were with the Bears, GD? God.
Man, God bless America.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, it's just Veterans Day. Or was it?
This past Monday.
Okay,
so
yeah, there we go.
Thank you. Thank you for all the service. And I'm sure we're going to, say thank you earlier on in the program. But, this is the fantasy sports half hour right now. Yeah. And we're recording on a Friday. So, yes, thank you to all the veterans that have served. We appreciate your service. What else we got?
I think the news slate, like I said, looking a little thin. Quickly looking over. Be very interesting to see if I'm very interested to see the Los Angeles and New England game. Two teams are kind of trying to put it together. Who's going to get the better of one another? You would think the Rams, just because they have all their talent back, and they're favored by 4.5. But watch out. Obviously, the Patriots are sneaky. You don't know what they want to do. Drake May actually looking pretty good this year. But finally, in that 3:00 hour, it redeems itself with the noon o'clock with the noon o'clock hour. Yeah. Not looking the best. 3:00 steps in, like you mentioned. Atlanta and Denver looks pretty good. We talked about Seattle and San Fran, but Kansas City and Buffalo, game of the week for sure. Two tough defenses, so I would love to tell you again, play all these guys, and for sure they're going to give you a ton of help. But don't be surprised if Kareem Hunt only has 7 or so, 8 points, maybe catches a couple balls here and there, but is held limited. Patrick Mahomes hasn't looked the best, especially fantasy wise. The Chiefs defense again has been looking good. So again, Buffalo, no, maybe Amari Cooper, but no Keon Coleman. So maybe Khalil Shakir will be playable as well. No, Dalton Kincaid also went down a little banged up as well. Not out, but hurt. So it's going to be very interesting to see. I'm going to, of course, I think you kind of have to play everybody, and you're just going to hope for the best. And then out of nowhere, we talk about injuries left and right. A couple kickers, even one last night that didn't play. Siebert, Harrison Butker on the IR for the Kansas City Chiefs. So there you go. Just more injuries being plagued throughout the league. But without a doubt, this game is going to be so much fun. Buffalo's favored. I think they might end up getting this one, and it might end up being a relief for Kansas City because you want to go for that three-peat, but do you also want that pressure of a perfect season lingering above you?
And quite honestly, if there was ever going to be a game where the Chiefs were going to lose, and I know you don't typically bet against Patrick Mahomes, but I mean, this game screams the first loss of the season for the Chiefs. I mean, in my mind's eye, it does. Yeah. But then again, I also picked the Bears to go to the playoffs this year. So, I mean, there was that.
Yeah, I'll gamble responsibly.
Yeah, I think I might need to call one of those 800 numbers.
Oh, sure. Yeah. They're always, I think they're 24 hours. So you're good to go whenever you need.
Either that or like one of the mental health hotlines. You know, if you were probably to start a mental health sports side of things, you might actually do pretty good.
Oh, sure.
Because, I mean, this year for Chicago sports, man, has this sucked.
Oh, yeah. No, across the board. I think the only redeeming quality was maybe the Chicago Dogs, if you keep up with that, if you even want to count that. The Chicago Wolves didn't do too bad either. Yeah. Okay.
Not too. Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, Kane County Cougars. If you're like, you know, they did win. Yeah. If you want to get into the weeds, they did win the championship.
Cool.
You know, in the association.
Yeah.
So there is that. Anything else? Last little tidbits.
I wish that Monday night game was a little bit better in terms of, you know, it could have been the battle for Texas, but Dallas, oof. Houston, Dallas, that's gonna be another runaway game for the Texans. You know, final quick statement. Really, just some leagues might be done trade wise. If you have one more week, again, just I plead with you. Maybe try and get something done if you're looking to get in the playoffs. If that's your last heave ho, don't be afraid. Throw some names out. Your back might be against the wall. You need to get something done. You need to be at the step above. A lot of teams right now might be 500, might be battling some teams that are all the same record. You got to get somehow, some way, get your roster better than somebody else's. So don't be afraid. Call your buddies. Like, hey, man, let's get something done. Let's figure this out. Let's sit this one down. So get your lineups in. Bye weeks, Giants, Cardinals, Tampa Bay Bucks and Panthers are all out. Get them out of the air. Get them out of your lineups. Get your guys in. Have a fantastic week. It's gonna be, as much as we were flacking the lineup, it'll end up probably being somehow, some way, one of the best weeks of football. It's just
it's just usually how that works, isn't it?
I don't know.
I mean, you see the Shiatsu schedule in the noon o'clock hour, as you were saying, and then
every time you're like, I can take a nap, and they're gonna be like 37-34. What? Oh my God, a walk-off blocked field goal picked up for a touchdown. What? Oh wow.
Yeah.
So it'll be nuts.
It'll be one of those crazy things for one of those games. Yeah. But thanks for coming in, Nick.
Thanks
for hopping on. I appreciate it. You were listening to On the Rise on AM 1410 WRMN. For my co-host Mike Napolitano, I am Derrick Geyer, and thank you once again to Nick Johnston for coming in. Up next, it is The Truth About Chicago Sports with Marcus Mack.
7931-1410. Next week, we'll be joined by Sophia Blackburn. We will also be joined by Fred Colantonio, and we will have many more guests coming on to join us as well in the studio next week. So it's going to be a fun, full-packed week of sports, as hopefully we'll be talking about a Bears victory, Blake, and fingers crossed, buddy.
Fingers crossed.
Hope so. So once again, everyone, have a great week. We love you all. Then if you don't know who you're listening to, this is Marcus Mack and Blake Cowell here on The Truth About Chicago Sports on WRMN 1410 AM. Have a lovely day.
When you need your banker, they should be ready to put you first. At Wintrust, you can have the banking experience you need and the one you deserve. Ready for a change? We've made it even easier. Our new sophisticated online platform makes opening accounts a breeze, but our bankers are always here for you. Open a new Total Access checking account in minutes at wintrust.com/fast. Plus, get $300.
$100 required to open. Requirements to qualify. Must use link to apply.
Member FDIC.
Saturday night of WRMN AM 1410. Starting at 7 p.m., join Court Stevens live from Studio 14 for the CD Showcase. Court mixes together a blend of his favorite country music tunes because, as he says, a song remembers when. Then at 9 p.m., don't miss the Pure American Country Radio Show, hosted by the legendary Hall of Fame disc jockey and voice of the Grand Ole Opry, Bill Cody. Enjoy the best in classic country alongside today's real country hits, perfect for every fan of the genre. But the fun doesn't stop there. At 11 p.m., join country music enthusiast Jim Dandy and Mike Patrick for Branson Country USA. With a rotating roster of special guest stars from the vibrant Branson entertainment scene, you'll get a taste of the best talent in country music. So grab your boots and settle in for a night filled with heartwarming tunes and legendary sounds. Tune in every Saturday night from 7 p.m. to midnight on WRMN AM 1410, where the heart of country music comes alive.
Your hometown radio station since 1949. We are WRMN AM 1410, Elgin time, 12 o'clock.